If you're ready, Catherine, good to go. All right, good morning and welcome to the County of Newell Municipal Planning Commission, May the 23rd, 2024. I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order. And I see we have some guests in the audience, so let's do a round of introductions. I'll start off and then we'll go to Greg. I'm Kelly Chrisman and I'm from Division 6, which is the west side of the County of Newell, and I'll chair this meeting this morning. Greg.
Good morning, Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake Newell Resort and Castles.
Good morning, Ellen Unruh, and I am from Division 7 around the village of Rosemary.
Good morning, Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess.
Neil Johnson, Division 10, Brooks.
And we'll go to Arno.
Good morning. Arno Dirksen from the GEM area, Division 9. Welcome.
Welcome, Matt Fensky, Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Larry and Janet. You know where I'm from.
Good morning. Adina Scandrup, Division 2, the area around the hamlet of Tilly.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Good morning, Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Good morning, Cheryl Page, Planning and Development Administrative Assistant.
Sandra?
I'm not. Sandra Stanway, Brooks Bulletin.
Hello again, Shanna Lee, Development Officer.
Hello, I'm Maria Jackson, Supervisor of Planning and Development.
Hi, Janet Wagner.
Larry Wagner.
Welcome. And welcome to the MPC meeting. Excused from the meeting, we're all present, no need for that. Minutes, we have our minutes from May the 9th in our package. How do you wish to handle them? Holly?
I'll move approval of the minutes.
Any questions, comments, concerns regarding that motion? All in favor of Holly's motion? The minutes are approved. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any agenda items to be added or deleted? Seeing none, we will approve the agenda. Amanda.
I'll approve the agenda.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? All in favor of Amanda's motion? That is carried then. Item 6.1. Shanna Lee, thank you.
Thank you. Development permit 2024044 is for the installation of a manufactured dwelling in the hamlet of Scandia. The manufactured dwelling is in 1998 and there's photos included in your package. The proposed development meets all the required setbacks. There were no issues from staff. There was no response from adjacent landowners. We are recommending approval with conditions, and Mr. and Mrs. Wagner are here to respond to questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any questions regarding this application? How do you wish to handle the application? Holly.
I was going to ask for just clarifying, how long has that lot been vacant? I know it's been quite a few years. It's great they're going to put them, but how many years have been vacant?
The answer Mrs. Wagner provided was 5 or 6 years. Okay. Thank you for that. Holly?
I'd like to move option 1. We approve the development with conditions.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All in favor of Holly's motion then? That is carried. It took longer to drive in, didn't it? We do appreciate you coming in. Sometimes we have harder questions. That one you came through very easily, but sometimes we have more difficult ones. So thank you for coming in. We had no other business, no post-agenda items. Is there a need for in-camera? Okay, seeing none. Any questions in the queue, Catherine? I will adjourn this meeting.
All our chairs full, so I'll call this meeting to order. No one's excused from the meeting. We have minutes from the May 9th, 2024 meeting that have been circulated. Any errors or omissions, or a motion to approve the minutes as presented, circulated? Adina, please.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion to approve the May 9th minutes? That's carried. Thank you. Are there any post-agenda items to add? Neil.
Just an update on how our AUC information is coming. Solar.
Okay, we'll add that to post-agenda items under, what's the number? $12.1. 12.1, okay. We have delegations at 11, 11:30, and 1 p.m. today. That's under 8.1 and 2, so that's as circulated. And I'm going to suggest that we pick up item 10.1 after the bylaws, the end of 7.2.1. So other than that, anything else to add to the agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as circulated or altered? All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. And we had Kelly made that motion, right? Is that? Oh, I didn't see that. We're rolling. Are there any questions or notices of motion? Seeing none, we'll move to item number 7, bylaws 7.1, which is bylaw 2065-24, road closure and lease, second and third reading. Maria, please. Welcome.
Thank you very much. This application is for a road closure in Division 2, southeast of the city of Brooks, directly south of the Trans-Canada Highway. All parcels in the area are zoned Agriculture General District. The applicant has installed a pivot between the east half of 8 and the west half of 9, 1813, and will be and is irrigating over the road allowance. The road closure will not impact legal access to any of the lands adjacent to the proposed road closure. That's not associated with the pivot already. The bylaw has received the following approvals. Approval to proceed on November 23rd, 2023, public hearing and first reading on January 11th, 2024, and we received Alberta Transportation approval on May 6th, 2024. This bylaw allows the applicant to irrigate the land on either side of the road allowance to the best of their ability. The bylaw has been approved by Alberta Transportation. There were no complaints raised by adjacent landowners, and for those reasons, it is recommended that bylaw 2065-24 be given second and third reading. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, a motion to consider second reading. Ellen? All in favor of second reading of the motion, please indicate, or the bylaw. That's carried. Thank you. And similarly, third reading. Is there a motion to approve third reading? Lynette? All in favor of approving third reading of the bylaw, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to item number 7.2, bylaw 2075-24, 24 land use bylaw text amendments. Go ahead, Maria, please.
Thank you. The purpose of this amending bylaw is to revise the land use bylaw to include provisions for additional uses and clarifications on dwellings, secondary suites, and live-work units. Administration has received numerous inquiries regarding the development of secondary suites inside accessory buildings. There have also been inquiries regarding what can be known as a shouse or a barn dominium. This bylaw responds to these inquiries with updates to the land use bylaw to allow for more diversified housing options within the county. Secondary suites allow for additional living opportunities without changing the exterior appearance of the property. They help to diversify the existing housing stock and can offer affordable housing options. Secondary suites can be used to help with succession planning, aging in place, or allowing family members separate accommodations on a single parcel. Currently, secondary suites are a use in Ag Small Lot, Ag Hamlet Transitional, Residential Rural District, and Residential Hamlet District. Administration is proposing internal and external secondary suites to be allowable in all Ag districts and residential districts, with the exception of residential manufactured home park. Including secondary suites as a discretionary use allows MPC flexibility in the decision-making process to ensure the parcel is suitable for the use. Some factors that need to be considered include septic suitability, the size of the development, adjacent land uses, location, and surrounding building characteristics. Discretionary uses allow MPC to include additional conditions to ensure the development is suitable for the parcel. A secondary suite can only be developed if there is an existing primary dwelling on the property. So this ensures that the residential component of the parcel has been established first. We have had several inquiries regarding the potential to develop what is known as a shouse, or barn dominium. It is essentially a workshop space combined with a dwelling. If the shop portion of the development is the principal use, then the dwelling portion would be considered a secondary suite. However, if the dwelling of the development is the principal use, then it would be considered a dwelling. The problem arises when a shouse is proposed in a residential area and is developed in a way that it resembles a shop, like a pole barn. This would not be considered consistent with a residential district or be compatible with nearby buildings in development such as Westland Acres or the Dahl subdivision by Dutchess. In order to allow for a development similar to a shop house to be constructed within the county and to ensure compatibility with the surrounding land uses, administration is recommending the following additions to the land use bylaw. Addition to attached garage in Section 3 General Regulations, which ensures that attached garages are subordinate to the living area in a dwelling, single family. In Section 4, Specific Uses and Activities, we'd like to remove minimum size of the dwelling component and change non-residential component of a live-work unit from 25 to 75% of the gross floor area. So that would mean that the shop would be larger than the house portion in a live-work unit. We are proposing an update to the definition of live-work unit in Section 6 glossary. To live-work unit means a building with a combination of residential and light industrial, commercial, or agricultural activity on a single parcel, with the light industrial, commercial, or agricultural activity as the primary use. Administration recommends adding live-work unit to the agriculture general district. This would allow for a commercial or industrial or agriculture building to be constructed on a parcel that does not have the existing dwelling. So essentially it would be a secondary suite in a shop, but that primary dwelling wouldn't have to be established first. The removal of live-work unit from Hamlet Business District is recommended because a mixed-use building is more appropriate in this district. Definitions of accessory building and dwelling single-family have been updated to reflect attached garages, and definitions for attached garage and carport have been added for clarity. It is recommended that Council consider the updates and provide first reading. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Are there any questions or comments? Greg, go ahead.
Hi. I have a question regarding, would these secondary suites be classified as legal suites under this bylaw? And if so, do we have rules around egress windows, parking, those kind of things? I know that there may be some issues, especially in Lake Newell Resort, around some of the cul-de-sacs parking. If we have I know in the city of Brooks, for a legal suite, you need to have one on-site parking spot for every bedroom in the house, upstairs and downstairs. So 4 bedrooms, 2 up, 2 down would require 4 off-street parking. That's a little excessive in Brooks, but you get in some of those tight cul-de-sacs, parking is an issue. Also, the egress windows. Any houses that were built prior to 1980 probably don't have proper size egress windows for fire. So I'm just wondering, have we thought about rules around that? And following, I don't know if there's an Alberta standard, housing standard for legal suites.
Yeah, go ahead, Maria, please. Yeah.
Great question. So right now in the land use bylaw, there is policy regarding parking. So 1 additional parking spot needs to be provided for each secondary suite. That could be amended. Also, secondary suite, internal and external, is a discretionary use. So MPC has the ability to add or remove that number of parking stalls. So if it is a very congested area, then maybe secondary suites aren't the best suited for that parcel. And then an application can be declined based on that. As far as egress windows, when someone applies for a secondary suite, both internal or external, they do need to meet the Alberta Safety Code. So once they've been granted a development permit, then they have to work with Park Enterprises to ensure that they can have the correct building, electrical, plumbing, all of those Alberta Safety Codes permits.
Answers your question? Okay, thank you. Just with regard to, I think you referred to Westland Acres as a for example. So someone with a house and a shop out there could apply for or establish a secondary suite in the shop if they would like to, or is that as part of this or not?
So currently the way the land use bylaw is, someone could, I think I'm going to veer a little bit from your question, but I'll come back. So someone could develop a house. So they could essentially do a pole barn with a dwelling, and that would be permitted as a dwelling. Now with these additions, they would have to establish a house. It would have to be, and it always has to be compatible with the surrounding area. But now it's a little bit more black and white. So if they have the house, they are able to have an accessory building. So then they could build the shop. And then at that point, they could also have a secondary suite in their shop. It would be a discretionary use, provided that MPC was okay with that. But they couldn't have the house as the primary dwelling on that parcel.
Good, thank you. Dina and then Dan, please.
Just for clarification, an attached garage, if somebody decided to run their business out of it, then that would become a live work. Would that be considered secondary then? The garage, if they decided to run their business out of the garage? I just wanted to clarify. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So on a residential parcel, if someone wanted to run a business out of their attached garage, they would need a home occupation permit. And that business would have to follow the uses that are existing in that district in the land use bylaw. So that would be, I suppose, separate from what we're doing today. With a live-work unit in parcels that are agriculture, industrial, or business, you could have the shop for your business, and then you could have the secondary, or you could have a small dwelling, I guess. And so that could be established on a parcel without the primary dwelling. So if someone wanted to have let's say a welding shop as an example, I'm not sure if these would be compatible, but a welding shop, and then they have people who come and work every once in a while and they need places to stay, you could create a bit of a dwelling for those people to stay, as an example.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
I think I answered my question by reading it a couple of times while I was waiting, but and at one point in there, you said the secondary suite can only be developed if there's an existing primary dwelling, but later on it said that you want to change it so that we allow for a building to be constructed on a parcel that does not have an existing dwelling. Now, from reading, I think is that talking about residential and agriculture, and that's why there's the discrepancy there, or can you explain that a little bit better?
Go ahead, Maria, please.
Yes. So on a residential property, the primary dwelling needs to be established before any secondary suites or work units can be developed, so that it creates the use first, that's residential. On anything that's not residential, agriculture, industrial, business, then a live-work unit can be considered to allow for habitation on that parcel without the primary dwelling. That also, the idea of a live-work unit ensures that any future owners of that property know that this is an industrial parcel, and adjacent landowners know that this is an industrial parcel. It's not residential, so that the complaints, let's say, or the uses of that land are known.
Okay, thank you. Holly and then Kelly, please.
First of all, I really like the idea. I think it's a good move. I'm just curious, under the ADJOURN, I just lost my place. My finger hit the wrong thing. It says maximum 1 unit, 1 secondary suite. But under maximum density, you could have 4 dwelling units on a 32.4 hectare parcel. So would that mean it's a potential then to have 8 in total? Like, because you already have 4 and then 4 secondary, are we gonna look at that in terms of, just thinking about the Calgary situation? People are really upset about the potential for having a lot more suites in a smaller area. Is that a concern, do you think?
Go ahead, Maria, please.
So you're, in this case, in an ag district, there can be 4 dwellings as per the definition, and then only 1 secondary suite, being 1 internal or 1 external. So then really, I suppose there could be the potential for 5 habitable developments on an agricultural parcel that is larger than the 32.4 hectares.
Okay, thank you. Kelly.
I like the idea as well. It's quite a maneuver to understand all the options, and but my mind went to fire safety. Will there, I mean, if nobody is on site at the time of a fire, lots of times shops are not entered. So I'm wondering if it would make sense, and this is a Stuart question probably, to identify the shop with the suite in it, so that they know that there could be a resident there. Just a thought.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Maria, do you have a response to that?
I think that's a good point, and something we need to ensure is in our procedure when there's a development permit for a secondary suite or a live-work unit, that a rural address is created for that parcel.
So a second rural address. Okay, under discussion, okay. Good. Who had Adina, did you have, somebody else have a question? We're good, okay. Okay, anyone prepared to make a motion for first reading for this bylaw? I think, Adina, go ahead, please.
I was going to move that we give bylaw 2075-24 first reading.
Thank you, that's accepted. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. So we're on our way with that one. Let's now move to item number 10.1, which is the road closure under administrative business for approval to proceed. with the road closure as indicated in 10.1. Go ahead, Maria, please.
Thank you. And then I'm done, I promise. The purpose of this application is to close road allowances that are in Division 3 north of the hamlet of Patricia and lease to the applicant to facilitate new and existing irrigation practices. The application has replaced wheel lines with a lateral pivot. The cart of the pivot is in the road allowance to effectively irrigate the adjacent field. The applicant and the applicant's family own the lands on both sides of the road allowance proposed to be closed. Access to the other lands will not be affected by this application. The application was circulated to internal departments, and there were no comments with the closure and lease of the road allowance. Should council give approval to proceed, then we will advertise a public hearing, send a circulation to adjacent landowners and potential affected parties, and then we will be back for a public hearing and first reading. Thank you.
Okay, just a question. Does anyone else have questions? So these lands are owned, they're separate title, but owned by within a family organization, correct? Are these irrigated units held under a single irrigable unit, or are they separate? Maybe you don't have the answer to that, I'm not sure, but.
I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that.
Okay, is there land that would be isolated if the separate parcels were on separate title, or is there potential to have a landlocked space because of this road closure potentially if land changed hands?
Yeah, good question. So the family is currently working on creating or putting all those lands onto the same name. So they're working with some succession planning. We could put a condition on this that those titles be held by the same company or family provided that this goes through. The other option would be that we grant access to those lands in the lease agreement.
Okay. Which would be the common approach to that, or the more standard approach from your perspective?
I think putting provisions in the lease agreement would be the best way, the best route.
Okay, Lynette, please.
Just curious if staff noticed this one and the irrigating of the road allowance, or if this was them coming to us to ask for permission instead of forgiveness.
This one came to us from the landowner as they're working with the EID right now, and the EID has been really great at sending people our way to make sure that these road allowances are dealt with and that they're aware that there are road allowances where they want to do their work. So it's been working really well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, is Kelly, please go.
If you were ready for a motion, I would like to move option 1 with the addition of the titles being coordinated into one title, one name.
And provision for access, is that part of that as well?
If it's all one title, then access will be from anywhere around the quarter, so we should be good on that one.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Okay. With that, let's move back to 9.1, yes, please. Mr. Todd Green, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful morning so far, and I don't take that away from you. I do just have a couple wonderful things to talk about today. Obviously, our Fieldman report that everybody has read thoroughly, and I'll give you some of the highlights. Some early season gopher control. We've talked about this before. We're big fans of not having gophers in our playgrounds and urban areas. They don't fare well there. We did have a few complaints, maybe if you want to call it that way, or requests to come out and visit some people in different areas for some soil erosion. Inspecting, some of it was just maybe sort of moving, some of it was starting to move, and some of it had moved. So did a little bit of work, but in general, I think everything was going well. In general, it's a very difficult time of year when everybody's prepared for planting, and you get a couple of those strong winds we had was it Thursday night? I imagine that moved some things around that nobody wanted to have moved around. But in general, I think we're still doing very well. Or sorry, when I say we, I mean the wonderful landowners that we have, right? So our rentals have been going. An odd year for rentals. Started a little earlier than normal, which is always exciting to get some of those acres out of the way in April. And then, lo and behold, we had rain in May, which is not something we had expected. But they're rocking acres. So beyond that, the livestock stuff has been relatively slow. About 6-7 renters, a couple sprayer rentals so far. We're still waiting on our typical sprayer rental person to come in and get the 3-point hitch, but I'm sure she'll be in soon. And then a couple of traps. Everything's planned out for our survey season. We're actually going to be doing some training on bacterial ring rot. We haven't received any training on bacterial ring rot in probably 15 years. So Donovan and Tina, I believe, are going to head down to Tabor and meet with the Potato Growers Association and get some training on that. I know that was super exciting for you all to hear. A great control season for downy brome. That early season moisture, I think, germinated a lot of the stuff we haven't seen germinate for some time. And it's a very robust, beautiful downy brome right now. So everybody's seeing it, and that is awesome. I talked to a couple of the contractors just this week, earlier this week, and they've been going hard on it, which is awesome. Even you're going to get in short days, but they're really doing some good work. So it's very good to be vigilant with downy brome and all noxious weeds in general. We are planning on doing our roadside spraying. June 10th is kind of about the time we get going with that. It's a touch early for some weeds, but by the time we get done, we're a touch late on some of the other ones too. So it kind of is what it is. Working with Alberta Transportation again, we hope. They have our list of goals to accomplish, and they just haven't received the go-ahead to spend that money yet. So if we know anything, sure I'll tell you at some point in time, but we don't expect there to be any hiccups. We opened for business at Emerson Bridge Park last weekend. As much as we're happy to see the cool, wet weather, it's not the greatest for camping. So it was relatively slow, which is kind of nice, probably for the first weekend that Faye and Richard are down there. So it's not like, hey, you showed up on Monday and by Friday your park is full, which is, it's good for revenue, but it's nice to ease into things. We are battling the cell phone reception down there again. All that wonderful investment, it seems to be a struggle, and I can't figure out why. Will went down there again Tuesday, and everything, all the lights are blinking in the way the lights are supposed to be blinking, all the power's on to everything, and we got nothing. And it's just back to working with the contractors again to try to iron it out. So if anybody's listening and they're frustrated about the Emerson cell phone reception, believe me, nobody is more frustrated than Will on this one. The Hamlet mowing, everything's green. We're out there mowing grass, but we got a little bit of a late start. So we're happy to be out there. The Ag Days, I don't know if I've seen a few friendly faces from council around there at the Ag Days beginning of May. It was phenomenal. We have such a great community. I know it's really not that difficult to organize it, at least at the start. The kind of a week before and the week of it's kind of an amazing schmoz, but to set it up was easy, make about 15 phone calls, and everybody's just so happy to be involved. So publicly thank Connie Kapler from Rolling Hills. She did a great presentation for all the kids on market gardening. Lynette, Carey, and Odessa Kopp for bringing in their cattle to talk about beef. Sam and Megan from AISC talking about invasive species. Laura and the team from Alberta Health Services did a great job. The rural junior high students, we had, so this is kind of fun. We have this Nutrien gives us these seed survivor packages. They're little, I'll be as quick as I can, little plastic cups and some sunflower seeds to put in it. And then we get some soil from UFA. And then this year we had the junior high kids from Alcoma, Rolling Hills, and Tilly. So 3 of them each day, and they actually ran the station and taught the other kids about planting seeds. So there was some guidance in there for them, and we had a couple of our wonderful teammates helping them as well. But it was pretty cool to see, I don't even know what would a junior high kid be, 10 years old, 11, 12 years old, something like that. Just preaching the good word out to the rest of them. Anyways, Wendy, Crystal, and Rick from the EID, thanks always to them for doing their wonderful water presentation. Emma and Aaron Van Stekelenburg for their dairy presentation. If anybody knows Emma and Aaron, you know they're very well outspoken people, and Aaron probably louder than Emma. So it was wonderful standing down below, and you could hear Aaron just ripping dairy jokes at people, which is kind of, anyways, I love it. And then awesome displays from all our wonderful, or not all, but a bunch of our wonderful equipment dealers. So Newell had some great equipment there. Brandt Agriculture had some equipment there. Brooks Farm equipment, Rocky Mountain equipment. It was amazing. So thanks very much to all of that support, and from Grasslands as well. Mike Flieger did an awesome job. So we did, so moving on from that, I could probably talk about that for a while, but we'll move on. ATTS Group has finished their final groundwork for the tree inventory and assessment. He is, I believe Toso is wherever he's from, visiting with his mother right now, but he keeps emailing me. So he's still working on our report, and we hope to hear back from him again. The second time he came back, he managed to meet with the fella from the EID Historical Society at the Newell Scandia campground. And he also met with the folks at the Rolling Hills golf course. Again, he made like appointments to meet with them. He was just so excited to talk to these wonderful community members. And I think he even got a free lunch out of the deal, maybe in Rolling Hills. So anyways, he just loves to talk about trees. And I asked him, when we're done and we've had a chance to read through the report and kind of take something from it, if he would come and maybe talk to council and just explain how awesome our communities are. And beyond that, we welcome some great new faces to the team this season. Not a whole bunch of them, but some nice new faces, and they are mixing very well. We've seen a lot of good meshing with personalities, and that's a positive thing when you have to work together with somebody all day, every day. So that is my wonderful report for May 2024. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Todd, are there questions? Holly?
Hi, Todd. I'd like you to talk more about the Ag Days. I'd like to know, so you had 1,200 students, kind of a breakdown of what grades or ages they were, as well as, so what did our Ag Services Department do, and what did Grasslands do? Just some more information.
For sure. So really, I would say the biggest, probably somewhere between 60 and 70% of the kids would be kind of grade 1 to 5. And then maybe about 20 to 30% would be grades 6 to 9, maybe not even that high. And that was the extent of it. Yeah, that no high school students were able to, no high school students were able to come through. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. And then
Holly?
Yeah. So pardon me, I forget that part. I always forget the second question. You should always hold off on the second question, especially if it's your important one. So I don't know anything about kids or school curriculums. Well, I know stuff about kids, but not their school curriculums, their timelines, busing, none of that. So working with Grasslands is always amazing because they have administration meetings. The principals all have administration meetings that they go to, that they can pump the ideas out, bring us back ideas on how we can do things differently. So that's really where our partnership it lies a lot with getting the information to the teachers, to the other principals. They organize all the busing. What else did Mike do for us? He did lots of great stuff. He organized the snacks. And then the help from the other rural schools as well. And then so our side, Ag Services, we kind of get all the booth spaces, do the setup, organize the equipment and the bags, and we sent all the kids home with a little bit of literature. And when I say all of the kids, it's probably not right because we found some of our goodie bags in the garbage once their snacks were gone. But that's junior high kids are junior high kids. I mean, it was a story for another day. But I think that's kind of what our role is there.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Any other questions? Kelly?
I just wondered what schools were involved, and you mentioned that it was only grassland schools. Okay, so maybe an option or an opportunity to expand. What rural schools participated?
It's a very technical questions. I don't have the list in front of me, but it wasn't just grasslands. So that's one thing that might be, I don't even know if it's a conflict for Mike or the other principals or not. Like, I don't know how that works, but Grasslands is our partner in organizing, but CTK is absolutely involved. They had the good part of the Wednesday. It was a lot of their classrooms. So, but we had kids from Uplands, Griffin, Eastbrook, all of Tilly, all of Elcoma, all of Rolling Hills.
Pisano.
Pisano was there. Who said that? Thank you. Yes, you're right. But that's enough? Okay, that's good. That's good.
Good, thanks. Adina, please, and then Lynette.
So just a comment and getting off of the Ag Days thing. When we were camping before May long weekend, my cell coverage was awesome. So I'm wondering if it's trees, like, because didn't you think it was crazy how great it was?
Yeah, and that's the very frustrating part about that. So we, the County of Newell residents, and between that grant and all the investment, we've spent a considerable amount of money trying to get cell service for safety and for the patrons of that park. And it's so up and down. It's very frustrating. And so it used to be that was the excuse. So we put the tower up. The tower at the top of the hill is going to take this signal from the Duchess cell tower, bend it down into the park, spread it out. They had all the great curves and how it was going to work. And it worked in like 3 areas. And the thought was, it's the foliage, the leaf cover. The trees are too big and beautiful. Okay. So then our next upgrade, when we did the upgrade, we took the fiber. So we still collect the signal from the Duchess Tower to our tower. It goes into a repeater that's now powered by consistent power, not solar power. And then it pushes all that signal down the hill through fiber optics, and it comes out in 7 different locations or 7 different repeaters down below. So this is supposed to cover absolutely amazingly. It's supposed to cover almost every single site. It's supposed to cover you when you're in the washroom. It's supposed to do everything, right? And we just aren't getting that consistency. So I know I heard when people, just like yourself, the cell phone reception was amazing on May the 12th, and it just died on Saturday of the long weekend.
Okay, thank you, Adina.
Just to follow up, I understand the safety component behind it, but when I'm camping, I just assume nobody got a hold of me anyway, so I was kind of okay with it.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. There's multiple different types of campers. Some people want to go camping and stay inside their camper, and some people want to just lounge and read a book. And when people are on call, they require that reception.
Okay, thank you. Lynette, please.
All I was going to add was I think we had a handful of homeschoolers at the Ag Days too, right?
Okay, good. Okay, go ahead, Holly.
Just one more question about mowing. How many hours do you think you spend on hamlet mowing per hamlet, roughly?
I could get you exact numbers per hamlet, but last year it was over 2,000 hours in our hamlet subdivisions, and airports.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or a motion to accept the agriculture fieldman's report? Dan, please.
Yeah, I'd move that we accept this most glorious, wonderful report.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor of that motion, please indicate. That's unanimous.
It did feel pretty good. You know, when I was saying it all, we were answering questions. What a wonderful opportunity to chat.
Let's go to item 9.2, which is the South Region 2024 ASB Conference, which appears to be an opportunity to meet one of the strategic priorities of the county, and that is to increase our profile. Go ahead.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. So we get 1 in 18-year chance to host this bad boy. I was not very much a part of the first one in 2006. I had really just got here the year before. But we're happy to be hosting it again. The last time we did it was in Bizano. Now on an 18-year turnaround, I don't know that we need to move it around the county as much as if it's like an annual event of sorts. But that, you know, for future discussion. Really what I need from everybody today, we don't have a choice to host it. It's our turn. We have to host it. We do have money in the budget to host, and we have money associated with collecting registrations. We need to pick a couple preferred dates, and we need to pick a location. And if a couple people want to help organize this bad boy, Will and I are very much excited to work with you, or just do it ourselves. That's fine too.
Okay, thank you. That's a good set of options. Holly, you have a question or a comment?
I was going to suggest the week of the 14th, because looking at the RMA coming up and meetings, I thought that was probably the best week in terms of county council availability. If you're looking for a volunteer to help organize, I would be willing to volunteer for that as well.
Okay, thank you. Monday, October 14th is actually Thanksgiving Day in Canada, so probably don't want to do that one. Tuesday the 15th or Friday the 18th. What is our preference? Do you have a preference?
Sorry, that works actually really well just in case the halls that we pick are not available on one or the other day. So if we have 2 days, that's mind-blowing. Okay. I love it. We're making progress.
So are we okay with those two options, Tuesday or Friday of the week? No? Go ahead.
I'd like to, Tuesday is going to be a busy day for me, so I know. So like I would like to see October 18th or Wednesday the 23rd.
Okay, any other comments? I'm not sure how we want to do this. I mean, basically, Todd, you'll need some flexibility there pending other details, correct? So,
the 23rd is outstanding in the field.
Outstanding in the field?
That's the FCC Ag Day that for the grade 4s in the county.
Okay.
Let's push it out as far as we can then. Why don't we go with the 29th? That gives us 2 extra weeks of planning. When are you guys gone for RMA?
Okay. Are we good with that? You've got some flexibility. The only date that really didn't work for anyone is probably the 14th being Thanksgiving Day, correct? So we're good with that? And you've got, who else? Holly's volunteered to help. And those are your only 2 questions, right? Is date and...
Pretty much. And then if anybody had any suggestions for locations, we just want to have some hotels close by is about all we want. So.
Okay, what are we thinking? And Bassano fits the bill there?
Yeah, Tilly and Castles are the ones that are in County of Newell areas for sure. Let's go with one of those.
Sure.
It's only about 100 people.
Okay. And you're open to suggestions in the immediate future if people have suggestions for things to consider for that day, or you've got things pretty much organized.
I would love suggestions. That's why I thought it would be great to have a couple wonderful counselors.
Right. So Holly's volunteered to help. Lynette as well?
I would volunteer to help too.
Okay.
I'll help as well.
Okay. And we can forward our ideas through any one of you, I guess, so. That takes care of that?
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
I'm looking forward to it. I'll send a meeting request for, I don't know, sometime in the near future, and we'll go from there. Appreciate your time today.
Okay, let's just get a motion to appoint Amanda and Lynette and Holly to assist Todd in this initiative.
I'll make that motion.
Neil makes the motion. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thanks. Good. Otherwise, we're good with that, Matt? Okay, excellent. Thank you, Todd.
Have a great day.
Thank you, and you as well. Let's move to item number 8.1, a delegation for the Southern Alberta Summer Games, and we have Randy McPhillips? No, sorry.
Thank you. I'm Natasha. I'm the supervisor of Recreation Services. Randy couldn't be here with us today, so she has passed myself and Janelle Marion, our program coordinator and regional director for the Southern Alberta Summer Games here today. And we hope to be able to answer questions. Janelle and I haven't seen the games yet, but we're very excited to see lots of it. So we're here as a delegation to speak about Southern Alberta Summer Games potentially being hosted in 2026 and some t-shirts.
Thank you. Welcome, and let's have introductions so that we meet each other. Neil, why don't you begin?
Welcome. Neil Johnson, Division 10, Round Brooks.
Good morning, gals. Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess.
Good morning, Ellen Unruh, around the village of Rosemary, Division 7.
Ellen changes it up every time she says it. Messes me up. Anyway, Greg Screever, Castles and Lake Newell Resort. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Chrisman. I'm from the west side of the county.
I'm Arno Dirksen from the gym area. Welcome.
Morning, Matt Fensky, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Holly Johnson, Division 4, which is Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Good morning, Nadina Scandrip, Division 2, the area around the hamlet of Tilly.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Hi, I'm Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Catherine Siakla, Communications Officer. Cheryl Page, Planning and Development Administrative Assistant. Hi, guys.
No introduction needed for Sandra.
Hey, and if you just say your names one more time, just
Sure.
so we get it right. So.
I'm Natasha,
Natasha.
and Janelle Marion here with me.
Good, welcome. You're here to tell us about the summer games and talk about t-shirts, I think.
Yeah, so I'll take us away. So I'm not sure if you guys had this submitted as well. Like for our council, you guys have one too. Okay. So in the late 1960s, the idea for the multi-sport summer games was discussed by a committee from the Southern Alberta Recreation Association, so the SARA board. And as a result of that, the committee's vision to host the Southern Alberta Summer Games was established shortly thereafter, and that concept of these grassroots summer games. The first Southern Alberta Summer Games was held in Pincher Creek in 1970 with approximately 1,200 participants ranging in age from 6 years old to 80 years old. The Southern Alberta Summer Games is Western Canada's longest running multi-sport event and is hosted in different communities across Southern Alberta each year. Not only do the Southern Alberta Summer Games provide an opportunity for athletes to compete in grassroots, participation-based multi-sport games, but they bring communities together through volunteerism and community pride. Every year, participants proudly wear their team shirts provided to them, representing their region as a larger contingency at the games and competing against other regions. Athletes from our region will proudly represent Team Brooks Newell. The 2024 Southern Alberta Summer Games will be the first since 2019 due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and will be held in Coaldale this year from July 3rd to the 6th, 2024. There are currently 19 competitions confirmed in addition to a number of cultural events, and it's expected to have over 2,000 participants of all ages from the 14 regions across Southern Alberta that will be participating. In support of the Southern Alberta Summer Games, the City of Brooks Recreation Services Department provides the following services to make the games a reality for athletes in our region. Sarah Board support. So the Sarah Board meets quarterly with additional meetings prior to the games, including time-in sessions and the regional directors meeting that was just held on May 2nd. The regional director. So each region hires and/or appoints a staff person to act as the regional director for the Southern Alberta Summer Games. And this person is responsible for organizing playdowns for the games, marketing and promoting the Southern Alberta Summer Games to local athletes, athlete registrations, answering questions, and liaising between the athletes and the host community games office, ensuring the athletes have their Team Newell t-shirts and athlete packages prior to the game. This role is fulfilled by our recreation program coordinator, Janelle. And then staff attendance at the Southern Alberta Summer Games. So a minimum of 2 staff members attend the Southern Alberta Summer Games as the Brooks Newell team support for the local athletes during the competition. So a little budget breakdown has been attached here, and the request for the t-shirts for the athletes going to be going to the games. So the recommendation is that City of Brooks Recreation Services respectfully requests that the County of Newell cover the cost for the t-shirts for the Team Brooks Newell t-shirts for 2024.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there questions? Matt, you have a comment?
Yeah, just a little additional background information. County did support the same request in 2019 for the purchase of the shirts. At that time, it was around $2,700 that was approved. So consistent with past practice.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Greg and then Kelly.
Question about the t-shirts. Will it have logos of both the Brooks and the County of Newell logos on the t-shirts?
Yes, we did get logos to represent both of them on the shirts. Would that be something that you guys do want to see? Yeah, okay. Yep, definitely make sure that happens.
Okay, thank you. Kelly?
I think my question is for Matt more so. From the last games that we co-hosted with the City of Brooks, there was some profit made there. How has that been dealt with since our last conversation?
Well, that'd be out of my wheelhouse. I'd have to ask our city counterparts on the finance side of things.
I don't have the answer for that right away, but I could get it for you.
That was the Alberta Summer Games, correct? This last summer. Is that what you're talking about?
55 plus.
55. Oh, that's right. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Are you just referring to the commitment that you guys made for the games? No?
I was referring to the profit that was made at that event, 55 games, and where that money is sitting, that sort of thing. That it's totally down a rabbit hole maybe, but not at the same time, so.
Okay, I think that we gave some direction to that, but we can look back and get that information, I'm sure. So, yeah. Okay, Lynette, please.
Are the two organizations connected, like the Alberta Summer Games and the 55 plus Summer Games? Like they're completely separate?
They are separate, yes.
Yes, yeah. You have to be over 55 for the one.
And the 55 plus Summer Games is you also need to qualify for it. It's a provincial game.
That's right.
Whereas this one's, regional and a little more grassroots.
Right. Okay, good. So Kelly, go ahead.
And then according to your budget, you're $7,500 short at this point. So would the City of Brooks be picking up the other $3,000 to $4,000? Is that what the plan is?
I believe in past years that the city does, these are the costs for kind of those staff wages, us traveling, us supporting the athletes. I believe the only request of the county is to support the cost of the t-shirts, and this is a cost that we absorb.
Okay, thank you. So the recommendation and the ask is for a $2,890 contribution to the t-shirts.
And I will make that motion.
Okay, motion
as recommended.
To support the initiative.
My questions are answered.
You had a question? Amanda, please.
Are the t-shirts purchased locally?
We did get quotes from local organizations to purchase them here in the community. Yeah.
Good. Any other questions or ready for the question? To support as per the recommendation, all in favor, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you for the good presentation, and we look forward to the positive results of your work. Thank you. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene at 11:15, please. That's right. come up, we have item number 10.2, correct? Funding request for Little Learners Community Partners. Lane, go ahead.
So this is the first time funding request that has been received from this group. There's an event that they're hosting and are looking for some seed funding to get it off the ground. It's not completely unheard of for requests of this nature to be received. We have provided funding in the past for the seniors outreach dinner when there is a need, which that organization has had for that particular event that they've been hosting as well. So the recommendation is that council consider approving a grant of $900 for the the Little Learners organization.
Okay, thank you. Lane, are there questions or comments? Neil?
Just, what is it?
All we've got to go on is the information that's in the application itself. I can't provide too much additional detail beyond that.
Go ahead.
The event is taking place on the 29th of May.
Thank you. Holly, please.
I'm confused why they're asking for funding. FCSS gave them $5,000. They have additional money from No Frills and Fish and Game of $300, and their total budget is $5,250. So they don't have any needs identified in their budget. So I'm curious what they would like us to fund, since it doesn't state what it's for.
Any answers to that question, Lane? None?
I got an inside track on this one. It's, I believe this is probably going towards the entertainment.
Okay, thank you. Which is what?
Funded.
Kelly?
So the budget is covered. If you add up the funding requests, it's over budget. So I'm just a little bit confused as to how this got through and to our table.
Okay, how did it, you had presentation? Go ahead, Lane, yeah.
Well, the application was submitted. I don't know all of the background detail beyond what was in the application itself.
Okay, thanks, Lane. Kelly, and then Amanda.
I'm going to make a motion that we accept it for information and that the event is held on May 29th.
Okay. Amanda, you made that a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Any further comments or questions? Dan?
Yeah, I'm being told that it is definitely for the entertainment and that it is actually in the application.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Yes, I do see it in the application, but my question still is, then they have an extra $900 to do what with? Like they have it covered? And further to that, FCSS is funded partially by the county. So the county has already given about $580 towards this event because we fund FCSS. So we already have funded this event. So I guess I'm just not seeing a need being identified clearly that's not already covered.
Okay, thank you. Adina?
So it's interesting that this, Jamie and I had a conversation about this the other day because with our EDF, we have people coming to us for funds for their events. And so they come to the tourism board, which is partly funded by joint services, which is partly funded by the county, plus then they're getting money from their rec board, so then that's also money from the county. And so is that considered double dipping or not? It was something we talked about when we were looking at these applications, and something that maybe we should look at a little bit more and give, for Jamie anyway, some guidance, because, you know, I'm looking at this, they got money from FCSS, they've requested money from the rec board, and now requesting from us. That's 3 different places where, just for future, so there isn't some confusion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor that is directing us to accept this for information, but to take no other action on it. Any other comments, Dan?
They wanted to send someone in to answer questions, but they were advised that it wouldn't be necessary to have anybody here to make the proposal. So, if we're looking at denying this, can we table it until they can actually come in and make a presentation?
Yeah, Matt, please.
Some of the concerns I'm hearing are around the, double dipping, or is it double dipping? Should it be referred to joint services? And in the past, administration has directed, whether it's the bandits, anything where it's going to be a regional benefit, to direct some of those requests to joint services. That's an option. The dollar amount, although it's small, where the budget's already covered, that was one that got past administration, not noticing that. I imagine as they're requesting it, they intend to use it on the entertainment, but the question of the double dipping is for council to resolve.
Okay, thank you. Neil?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having them in so we can understand what they are. They could be a really worthy outfit. Like, we have zero information what Little Learners is.
Well, there is a presentation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and timing matters as well, right? So council meeting happens before the next joint services. So in the interest of having a decision made for these folks before their event next week. Number of factors coming into the decision.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I have a motion on the floor. If someone makes a motion to table, that gets dealt with immediately. But if I see nothing else, all in favor of the motion as presented, and maybe we can have that read again, and that is that we accept this for information, so we know what that means, that we deny the request at this point. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Opposed? Okay, that is carried. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Lane. Okay. We are up to item 10.3. Minibus service. We have, okay, Elaine, you're taking that. Go ahead, please.
Okay, we have moved forward with a review of what has been 2 policies pertaining to the minibus service. What is proposed is that those 2 policies be consolidated into one, and that there's some minor edits to the content, just to ensure that the service as it exists right now and is being provided is consistent with the policies that we do have in place. If there's any questions that council has with regards to the proposed amendments, we would be prepared to take those questions at this time.
Thank you, Lane. Are there any questions with regard to this policy? Holly, go ahead.
I was wondering about the initial wording there. The county minibus provides door-to-door service for residents who require transportation to attend appointments, etc. We've talked about trying to expand this, so do we need to use require or who would like to, a little more flexible language, so we can try to get the minibus used more often? And I don't see in there, in the policy, or in direction, do we explore going to, say, Bow City or Lake Newell Resort? I just don't see them. I don't know if that is option. Is it offered? It's not showing up.
We will provide the service wherever requests originate from. We have not had any service requests from Bow City. It's not to say that we would not respond if those requests came in.
Okay, thank you, Lane. Amanda, please.
Lane, how will the minibus riders be alerted when the bus is not running due to weather or anything other than that?
Well, anytime that there's a cancellation, it obviously results in a change of plans that they have. Most of the riders are using the service once a week. If it's not able to run, then obviously other arrangements need to be made. For the most part, it is for non-essentials. They may have appointments, whatever, that are scheduled, but if they're not able to run because the service has been canceled, that's the best we can do, and other arrangements have to be made.
Okay, thank you. Matt?
Well, I think if I picked up the question right, it was the mode of communication, and I believe the bus driver communicates directly with the riders.
Yes, I understand that, but I know they follow grasslands if it's inclement weather or whatnot, but how do the riders, a lot of them are seniors, lots of them won't know that the bus is not running that day. How will they be alerted?
Yes, if an appointment has been scheduled, the driver will reach out and contact the riders directly.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Back in the 2012 extracurricular, it said there would be numerous requests to use the minibus. I don't think that's still numerous requests. We're getting many requests. Is there a way to make it better used more often?
You're correct. It wouldn't be an appropriate use of that term numerous. We still do receive occasional requests, and we do accommodate them when we can.
Okay, thank you. Holly, go follow.
What are those requests generally for?
We have had requests for Christmas light tours. Occasionally there is a request for residents that are living in the city now who used to reside in the county that have an interest in attending fall suppers in the communities where they used to reside. We've also had requests from senior facilities to just take seniors on a afternoon trip out into the county and see the countryside during different times of the year. So those are examples. They do come in from time to time, and we try to do what we can to accommodate them.
Okay, that's good. Thanks, Lane. Amanda, please.
Lane, how many drivers do we have at the present time?
We have one that looks after the service, and then there is an alternate. It would be nice if we had a longer list of alternates available. If you're interested, we'll take an application.
Okay, thanks.
Do we post that we're looking for drivers?
We have gone through that process from time to time, and there's a limited pool. One of the difficulties with an alternate driver is that it's difficult to make a commitment for a fixed schedule, and that really limits who might be interested in knowing that they're going to just be there to come in on fairly short notice. And that's one of the challenges.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a potential motion, or what's your pleasure? Policy 042-24 on the minibus service. Lynette, please.
Trying to find the RFT. I'll make the motion to accept this policy.
Okay, thank you.
You have to rescind one? No.
It's just the motion for the policy update. All in favor, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. Let's go through. We'll continue. It'll be just a few minutes, but Lane, take us 10.4, policy review for water hydrants in Rolling Hills, Tilly.
Okay, so we've had two different policies in place. Both of them arose from situations where hydrants were in existence that were substandard and not able to perform to the level that they needed to. The first one was initially in Rolling Hills. That system is still in place. It's part of the raw water irrigation system that provides service throughout the hamlet. And those hydrants still continue to be substandard for fire protection purposes. The purpose of the policy is to make sure that it is abundantly clear that they are not there as a first resource in the event of fire suppression in the hamlet. It's really in place to protect ourselves from the liability that would arise if the assumption was made that if you've got a hydrant, it's supposed to be available for fighting fires. The other one was in Tilly. When Tilly dissolved as a hamlet in 2013, the infrastructure that was in place was substandard for fire protection purposes at that time as well, and the policy was put in place for the same reason. Since then, the infrastructure in Tilly has been completely upgraded. The system meets current standard. The hydrants are performing the way they need to. That policy is no longer required. The policy for Rolling Hills is still required, and we're suggesting further amendments to change it from references to a fire hydrant system to simply water hydrants. We want to make it absolutely clear that they are not to be relied upon for fire suppression. If there's any questions that you've got pertaining to the proposed amendments, we can certainly address those at this time, but that's the reason for the amendments that are before you.
Right, and thank you for that presentation. They have been, we have them in our package as well. Are there any questions? Kelly, go ahead.
Lane, it's clearly stated that the county does not control or own the raw water system. So who does?
That's a good question. It was installed a number of years ago. From what we understand, the residents were directly involved in the installation of that. They continue to operate. It's the Hamlet Advisory Group that continues to operate the system. The county is generating funds for the operation of it through a special tax, but the Hamlet Advisory Group tells us how much they want to have set aside for that purpose. They're looking after the maintenance of it. Ownership, good question.
Okay, thank you. Greg, please.
I have a question on what regarding Rolling Hills fire hydrants. What are the thoughts of the ratepayers out in Rolling Hills not having fire hydrants up to ULC standard? I think it is. There's a major issue in rates for insurance, homeowners insurance. Unprotected versus protected. Rates are huge. There's a huge difference in the homeowners' rates. Just wondering is there any word from the people out in Rolling Hills as to the hydrant status?
The hydrant status is tied to the overall infrastructure for Rolling Hills. There has been considerable discussions in the past regarding the need to upgrade the entire underground deep service infrastructure in Rolling Hills. They're aware of what the costs are for that, and the consistent message from them has been it's more than we're prepared to pay right now. We'll have to deal with it sometime in the future. The impact to the residents in Rolling Hills is no different than the impact to the residents in Scandia. Scandia does not have fire hydrants either, and they're in the same situation. It's just an accepted reality when you live in some of the outlying communities.
Right, thank you. Adina, please.
It's interesting that Greg brought that up because I had it brought to my attention. There's somebody in Tilly who her insurance rate, they didn't want to insure her because according to their records, their fire hydrant hadn't been checked or flushed or serviced in the past year. I didn't realize insurance kept such a close eye on things like that, fire hydrants.
Good question on that, but in Tillian specifically, the hydrants are flushed. We have had flow tests conducted. We have those results available. If there's anybody that wants to review the results, and if we need to provide that information, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you. Lynette, please.
So in Scandia, there's no physical hydrants, but in Rolling Hills, they're physically hydrants. They look like fire hydrants, so people would think they had a fire hydrant.
Correct, and that's why the policy is in place. There are a few isolated hydrants in Rolling Hills. They look like a fire hydrant, but they don't operate like a fire hydrant, and that's why we have this policy in place.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Ellen, please.
So, Stuart, they're not being used at all then, the hydrants themselves?
For the purposes of fire, no. My instruction to the fire department guys, I'm sure they probably use it to some degree, but the instruction is to go to the fill station or to the plant and fill there. Simply, our trucks flow 3,000 liters a minute. The hydrants at best flow 2,000 liters a minute. We could collapse the system very quickly if we were running our pumps off of that system rather than just doing a gravity feed.
We have a proposal. Holly, go ahead.
I was going to make a recommendation that policy POL 043-24 water hydrants, Hamlet of Rolling Hills, be approved as presented, and that policy 2013 FES-002 Hamlet of Tilly fire hydrants be rescinded.
Thank you. I would accept that. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Oh, quick question. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I'd like to see somewhere that it's stated who actually owns this. I mean, it's pretty implied if the Hamlet Advisory Board is maintaining it and the county does not own it, well, then I think the implication is potentially that the Hamlet Advisory owns it, but it'd be really nice to have that question clearly answered.
Okay, thanks. Dan, Matt, you've got a...
I'll just remind council of our 2 days spent strategic planning last week, and this is why raw water irrigation systems is one of your top 5. Yeah, so in progress.
Okay, thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Lane.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, we're a little late, but let's move to item number 8.2. An update from Brooks Region Tourism. Welcome, Jamie McIntosh. Come and take a microphone at the table here. Lisa, joining or not joining? Okay. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Let's start with introductions, and Lynette, maybe you'll begin, and then we'll have your presentation. When the light turns red, just hit the button on the front. There you go.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, so for those who don't know me, I'm Jamie McIntosh. I'm with Brooks Region Tourism. I'm the Executive Director and Marketing Specialist over there.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me. We've been working hard on some of this agritourism stuff, so it's good to kind of present and let everybody know where we're at with it.
Right. We'll have introductions, so we kind of you meet everybody here. Perfect. Go ahead, Lynette. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Good morning, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
I'm Arno Dirksen from the GEM area. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Chrisman from the West Side.
Hi, Jamie and Greg from Castles and Lake Newell Resort.
Good morning, everyone. Ellen Undra, and I represent the countryside around the village of Rosemary.
Good morning. Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess.
Neil Johnson, Division 10, Brooks.
All right.
Go ahead.
If we're ready, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to get started. Just a brief explanation of who we are. We're a nonprofit organization. We manage the same boundaries as the county does. We're a destination management organization. We used to be a marketing organization specifically, but both ourselves and in alignment with Travel Alberta, we've moved to a management organization. So we help develop tourism as well as marketing tourism. Our primary funding comes from the DMF, so that's the hotel tax. We have 4 hotels currently in the region that participate in the DMF, and that's the 2 Heritage Inn hotels, the Ramada and the Canalta. And so, as I mentioned, our main function is to both market and develop tourism in the region. So Lisa put together this really fabulous timeline for me to help me out. We did the NRTA, we were formerly Newell Regional Tourism Association, opened back in 2008. And this is kind of just some agritourism highlights since then. In 2013, Open Farm Days launched for the first time. In 2016, our full-time marketing coordinator was hired, which is myself. White Barn Fun Farm in 2018, we kind of started getting some new assets and businesses opening in the region. So we had White Barn Fun Farm, we had our 2 breweries that opened, and then we also had some local farms participating in Open Farm Days at that time. And then, of course, COVID hit, and tourism was one of the industries that suffered quite substantially. So the focus was and is still kind of mainly on interprovincial travel, so really highlighting what we have to our local Albertans. At that time, Pivot Spirits also introduced their Grains to Grass tour, which is really cool. If anyone hasn't taken it, I highly recommend it. And then the farmers market moved downtown and expanded at that time. We were introduced to Craig Lester from Rural Roots Canada, and we began working with him, both Lisa and her group and ourselves. We did hire Craig back last year to kind of create a research project on agritourism, and I'll discuss that a little bit further as we go on. And then the rest of the timeline is kind of what we are doing right now and what we're planning to do in the future, and I'll explain some of that coming up here. Agritourism, back when we had our strategic destination plan developed from 2020 to 2022, agritourism was kind of brought forth and mentioned as a sector with huge potential for growth in creating new tourism experiences in the region. And part of that was because we have some really big agritourism assets in the region already. They just need to be developed. So hopefully with a little help, we can help develop some of these. So like we have our unique irrigation and water story that's very unique to us, and it's a really great story. And a lot of these assets kind of go along with that story. So we have the Bassano Dam, obviously, Bassano Dam and the Brooks Aqueduct. Those are huge highlights. But there's a lot of other things in agritourism that I think people don't realize or recognize our agritourism. So we have a lot of ready for market products already, like our U-Picks, our farm to table beef and pork, our honey, our vegetables, our flowers, all those types of things. And all those types of things fit inside the agritourism realm. We have our rodeo culture. We have a huge rodeo culture. We have a number of really good rodeos in the area, as well as all the events that take place at the Silver Sage. There's stuff happening there almost every weekend, and that's a really big part of who we are and what we do here. Our farmers markets. So we have our farmers market weekly in Brooks, but that's actually starting today. So if anyone wants to stop by. And then they also started doing farmers markets the last Saturday of every month in Dutchess. And then we also have a number of farmers markets that pop up at a lot of local events. We want to continue to encourage that, showcase all the things that we grow and offer in the region here. Museums, ag is a huge part of our history in the region as well, so it's displayed in our Brooks and District Museum and at the EID Historical site. Breweries are a part of agritourism. We have 2 breweries. We have our distillery, that kind of grains to glass culture. And we're leaders in a lot of products and areas. We have a lot of unique offerings like grass-fed beef, our Wagyu beef, leaf cutter bees, honey, all of that kind of stuff. And then I know you guys are kind of doing some research and looking into the potential at the CDC as well, and that's a piece too. That's a big asset that we could utilize. Okay, so last year we got some funding through Travel Alberta to hire Craig Lester from Rural Roots Canada. And we asked him to complete an agritourism research project. Basically, just kind of an initial project to collect strategies, tactics, and examples of sustainable agritourism initiatives that he's seen successful in other places. He was doing an international tour through some other funding he had received, touring farms and places all over the world to see what works there. And so we kind of piggybacked off that, and he brought back some of that information for us. What's interesting is currently 82% of tourism in Alberta comes from Albertans. So like I said, that's who our target market is right now. And especially those in the big cities, they are really, really interested in coming out to some of these rural communities and seeing the farms and the things we do. Many of them have never set foot on a farm, have never got to pet animals or do that kind of stuff, and that stuff's very exciting for them. We have all these things here. We do all of these things every day, so it's just a matter of trying to create experiences around that we can sell to our visitors. So the majority of the Albertans that are coming to our area, they're looking to explore the rural areas. They're RVers that are driving through on their way to Alaska. We get a lot of that traffic. And a lot of young families who are looking for inexpensive weekend activities. And then individuals and couples looking for really immersive experiences, which is kind of what we're lacking in the region right now and what we're trying to build on. So these are our target audiences that we're trying to reach out to. What was noted in the research project when he spoke with a lot of the farms, some of the barriers that there are many that are interested in agritourism, but there are some barriers that we would like to help them out with. Number one is time. They're running a business like anybody else. So they're struggling to find the time to welcome guests while running their agricultural operation. Promotion, many of them have absolutely no idea how to promote themselves, and I think that's something we can really help them with there. Collaboration, operators feel that creating an agritourism network would be beneficial. It's just too hard to organize on their own, and as I'll explain a little bit later in the presentation, that's something that we're already working on and have started doing. Compensation, they all stated that they need to be paid for what they're doing, and that's 100% what we want to see as well. We want to see paid experiences in the region. We want to see some money coming in, and we want to see these organizations and farms benefiting from what they're doing. And the other one was there's currently no real good transportation options from Calgary for international guests. Insurance costs are quite expensive, and so that's something that needs to be worked out. And then we do have limited accommodation options in Brooks and area. And we do have hotels, we do have a lot of campgrounds, but a lot of visitors are looking for unique accommodation options or kind of more five-star hotel resort type options, which we don't offer here. But we have some opportunities that we're going to talk about and look at in that way. Okay, so some of the actions that came out of real actions that we can start moving on right away from the research project were collaboration and community. So creating a community of agritourism operators is going to be essential in establishing agritourism businesses. So we do have a number of businesses that we identified and that we have included and started creating this new community of agritourism people. Food map campaigns, so working with other regions to be included in maps and self-drive itineraries. There's a lot of these things on the go already, such as the Alberta Ale Trail, Lethbridge's Tourism Sip, Taste and Explore Adventure, and there's a few other ones as well that we can kind of hop on board with and expand the tours they have so that we have stops in our region as well. We have the assets, we just have to kind of get on the radar with some of these things. And then the third piece was to develop a cluster of farms to participate in open farm days. And I'll talk about that a little bit more as well. So once we got this research project, we really wanted to make sure we followed through with it and didn't just kind of leave it sitting on the shelf. So we moved forward immediately. We applied for some funding through SCOP, through the Small Community Opportunity Program. We applied for $40,000 and we received $40,000. And what it's for is an agritourism development project. So The goal of this project is basically to create a 3 to 5 year agritourism strategic plan. But we didn't want to just sit back and wait for this plan to be created. We wanted to start working right away on the plan, and with the work that we're going to be doing is going to be a piece of putting that plan together. So the process is going to include creating this agritourism community that I spoke about through roundtable sessions and collaborative workshops. We already hosted one of our roundtable sessions, and I was really happy with the results and the feedback that we got from that. There was a lot of great discussion, and there was a lot of interest from our businesses. Some were unable to attend, unfortunately. It's obviously a busy time for a lot of the agricultural community, but they showed a lot of interest in wanting to participate moving forward. So that was really exciting. There's a lot of great discussion around that. Another piece of the process is to develop the cluster to participate in Open Farm Days. And then what we'll be doing is developing the regional strategy, drawing on the experience from the businesses that participated in Open Farm Days and from our workshops and our roundtable sessions. So we have hired a consultant with the funding, Factor 5 Group. They did a lot of work with Strathmore County on their agritourism plan, and they're very familiar with Open Farm Days, so they just were a really good fit for this project. We're hoping to have the strategic plan delivered to us probably by November of this year is what we're hoping for. And it's going to be a 3 to 5 year, kind of depending on the research and everything that we come up with. So I've talked a lot about Open Farm Days. So for anyone that doesn't know, it's a province-wide initiative to highlight ag tourism. It's to bring Albertans together through educational and experiential agricultural-based initiatives. And it's basically to kind of learn about where your food comes from. So this is a really fantastic way to get farms and businesses that are interested in ag tourism to get a taste of it. Open Farm Days provides a large number of resources for these places. They provide signage, they provide the insurance for the day, which is huge. They do all of the marketing. They supply, for example, I think they supply even a couple $100 for porta potty rental. Like they do a really good job at getting people interested in participating. Like I said, it's a great way for anybody who is looking to potentially do some agritourism. It's a great way for them to kind of try it out. So we have 8 participants signed up to host, which is fantastic. We normally only have a couple. We worked really hard, and we had a few others that are very interested. They just couldn't make it work for this year because it's kind of a tight timeline. So we have the Niznik Ranch, the Rolling Hills School Ag Academy, the Eastern Irrigation District. They're going to be doing Bassano Dam tours. They've done that for many years, and they're really popular. D-Bar V Farms out of Rolling Hills, Old McMiller Farms out of Bassano, the White Barn Fun Farm, Piston Brook Brewing, and then the Brooks Museum are planning to all host that day. And then not hosting, but wanting to help support or participate in events on other farms. We have the Wildflower Greenhouse Studio, Red Bow Company. For anybody who's unfamiliar with them, they're looking at potentially doing e-bike rentals and that kind of thing out of their business. There's the Medicine Hat College Research Department and Connect First Credit Union. They all want to be involved in some way. The credit union, I think, are big sponsors of the event. So, and the event's going to be taking place on August 17th and 18th. The other piece I mentioned was the unique accommodation, something that I said that we're lacking in the region. Currently, the only unique accommodation option we have is the comfort camping at Dinosaur Park. That's the picture you see there of the tent there. And those sell out for the whole entire summer, usually within the first couple hours that reservation's open. So they're incredibly popular. We just don't have enough of that in the area. So PK Experiences, we worked with them and provided them with $10,000 in funding for an off-grid camping experience that they're going to be creating. So the pictures there are kind of the idea that they're looking at creating, and I think it's going to be 3 or 4 green bins, I'm not sure. 3? Okay. Oh, yes, they did a presentation here. Thank you. Yes. I think they're planning to do, 3. So we're really excited about that, and they're going to be showcasing a lot of locally grown foods and things as well. So it's going to be great. We also provided some funding to Swan Down Farms for the creation of unique cabin stay experiences on their farm. They have one cabin that's should be up and running. They're hoping to start renting it at the end of May. And then they've actually purchased a caboose as well that they have situated on their farm that they're planning to renovate and use as a unique stay. And this is something that our visitors are really interested in. And these types of stays, they're not just, we don't need to entice people to come to the region with the things we have to do. People will come to the region just to stay in these unique accommodations. Like, that's a draw all in itself. So these kind of things are really popular. The other thing is online Boondockers and Harvest Hosts. It's kind of an online site where farms and wineries and breweries, they invite RVers to come and park on their property. There's no camping fees for them. I think they have to pay a membership fee where they sign up online. We have a few places in the area that are already signed up. It's kind of a unique, safe, and convenient RV camping experience for people that are just coming through. So the Corn Maze, Pivot Spirits, and Niznik Ranch, I know for sure are all currently signed up on these sites, and there might be some others as well that I'm unaware of. So these are all really cool options that give us some unique accommodation ideas, and we're going to hopefully try and continue to grow this stuff. The other big piece, which I'm sure we're all aware of, is our rural rodeos. This was even something that Travel Alberta wanted to highlight starting last year. They think we have something with all our 4 rural rodeos that we have in the area. So we started running a campaign last year, an online digital marketing campaign. These are just kind of some little samples of the ads we do. So we have specific ads that we run for each of the 4 rodeos leading up to the rodeos. And then we have just a bunch of kind of like fun ones, you know. You can read all those after. But yeah, so that's going to be running. We'll currently have the Newell Pro Rodeo ads running. You probably won't see them, and that's a good thing because we're not targeting you. We kind of hope you guys already know about them. These ads are being targeted in Calgary area and outside of our region. So you probably won't see these ads, so don't think that they're not being run or nothing's happening. They are, but you're not our target market that we're trying to reach out. We're trying to get people from outside the region to come and participate in our events. And the last kind of piece that we're working on in agritourism is we see so much value in the Brooks Aqueduct, and it's just kind of been sitting there. We haven't been doing anything with it. So we did initiate a meeting. We actually held it here at the county offices, thanks to Todd for hosting us. We invited all the stakeholders that are involved with the aqueduct site. So we ended up getting 4 attendees from the Alberta government, from their ministry there. We had participants from the County of Newell, the EID, and the Brooks Museum. And the city wasn't able to participate that day, but they've expressed they want to be involved definitely moving forward in this project. The biggest takeaway that we got from the ministry is we were basically told they will never ever have the funding to staff the aqueduct again. It's not happening, and we should stop thinking that's going to be an option. It's not going to be an option is basically what they told us. They're looking at making the site a self-exploring, I guess, attraction. So they were looking at things about new brochures. You know, they have the numbered markings along the aqueduct. They're talking about putting QR codes up there so people could QR code and get the story. Like I said, reprinting the brochures that haven't been printed in many, many years. Just those types of things. There's also, it's kind of gotten really run down, the aqueduct, as far as the signage and the maintenance and stuff like that. So there's a lot of talk surrounding who's supposed to be doing that, who's not supposed to be doing that, who could do that, and what they're going to be doing this year. The ministry has agreed to do an infrastructure assessment on the site. So basically they're going to look at the interpretive signage, all the other signage, you know, about whether the washrooms are open, you know, that type of thing. The interpretive kiosk that's there, finding out if the washrooms are even operational anymore because they haven't been open for a few years. The playground needs to have an inspection, all those types of things, just getting the site cleaned up and ready for visitors to come. And so that's kind of our short-term objectives for this year is doing that. We also, our long-term goals include on-site interpretation. and how that looks, we're not really sure. Maybe that'll be a weekend thing during the summers. Educational programs potentially for school visits, those types of things. And then, of course, just site maintenance ongoing. The one big thing is next year for Open Farm Days, the theme is looking like it's going to be water, which would be really, really cool for our area. And I think we could do some really cool things, especially at the aqueduct. We have an amazing story that I think a lot of people would be interested in. So we really want to try and develop something, some kind of programming, even if we run it just a couple times a year, a paid experience that people come out and can learn about the aqueduct and do some stuff out there. The meeting was really productive. Everybody from the ministry was really excited about the site. One lady actually wrote a paper on it when she went to university. So they know the site and they love it and they want to do what they can. They just don't have the funding from their end of things. So we might have to collectively kind of work together to do some stuff out there. But and that's kind of it as far as that goes. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Jamie. Are there questions or comments? Lynette, please.
You have two different groups that were doing studies, or that's the way I understood it. You said Factor 5 group and then also the rural roots. So what's the difference? What were they both looking at the same stuff, or?
No, so Rural Roots did the research. They basically did the study to see what works in other locations for agritourism. And Factor 5 will be taking that information along with the information that they'll gather from the businesses that participate in Open Farm Days and from the community workshops and roundtables that they host. And they'll be taking all of that information in and using it to create the strategic plan, the agritourism strategic plan.
Thank you. You commented on, you had the presentation on the unique stay experiences. Is there work that's been done on that to, like, what's the return on investment potential for that? Like, you know, we know that we understand there's lots of interest, but like, how does it relate to?
Like for the businesses themselves,
yes,
or that I don't really have that data or information. We tend to, I guess, look at it from a bigger picture, the economic benefit for the region, I guess, bringing people into the region. That's kind of our main focus. So I don't really have that data or information, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of incenting people to do it. I expect there might be interest if it was presented as a way of actually paying for the investment. And I don't, do you have an estimate of how much uptake there would be if, I mean, again, that's subjective somewhat, because if it catches, it goes. If it doesn't, it maybe doesn't. But yeah.
Certainly. I don't have really a guess, and I don't want to throw a number out there, but I could probably get that information from Travel Alberta. They tend to gather a lot of information like that, and I could probably get kind of an idea that I could, because I think you're right, that would be a really good thing to help promote and encourage people to want to create some of these unique stays on their property, especially.
Yeah, there might be some opportunity for uptake, because it does seem that there's more interest in cottage type industries or ways of adding value to existing operations potentially. So it's just an idea.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Holly, go ahead.
Hi, just curious how often you reach out to, say, the EID Historical Park to see what a place like that offers. And you didn't mention they have a theater and they show Carl's Way, which is the history of irrigation. Like, are you including that in any of your plans?
We include the park in our marketing, but we haven't done a ton with them yet. Quite honestly, we want to, because we've recognized them as an asset, especially for this. Like I said, we include them in all of our marketing, but I actually, to be quite honest, I wasn't aware there was a theater out there. It's actually at the park itself.
We put a theater in the Jenner train station. So there's an actual theater that can be rented.
Interesting, okay.
And the theater also has rooms upstairs that could be used for a staying, because they have a bathroom and rooms are not used.
Fantastic. So who would I reach out to that could provide me with a tour potentially of all of these things?
Reese Chandler's the board chair.
Reese? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? With that, thanks for the presentation this morning. Good to hear what's happening, and all the best. We look forward to growth in that area.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. With that, we'll break for lunch, and welcome to our guests from Lethbridge, Cole and John, right? You'll get acquainted and join us for lunch, please. Yeah, thank you. Let's, I think we're all back. We'll call this meeting to order a little before 1 o'clock, which is fine, but I'm going to suggest that we move into camera, which was scheduled for 1 o'clock, but I think we're good to go if everyone else is, and a motion to that effect that we move in camera. Ellen? All in favor that we move in camera, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we're back into the meeting. We have committee reports and post-agenda items, I think is all we have left, right? So, library board, who's doing that? Lynette, please.
Okay. County of Newell Library Board first, was
Yes.
that the one? Okay. You probably all saw the article in the paper. Brooks Library is looking for money again, wanting more money. We don't meet until June 4th, so we haven't crafted a response to them yet. So that's that. Do you want me to continue with all my other ones then too, right away? Oh, question?
On that topic, so did you read about it in the paper, or did they write you a letter of request?
They did write us a letter, but not with any specific amounts like what was in the paper.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to just keep going with the other ones too? Okay. Newell Recycling. We are registered as a, oh shoot, what's the right word? A processor, that's what they call us. So that we still have to wait for the producer responsibility organizations to contact us. There was one came to us, but then there was really no back and forth with them at all, and they haven't heard anything more from them. So as usual, the province has stuck their nose into something, and it seems to have fallen apart. So waiting on that. Any questions? All good? Shortgrass Library, they have very recently, well, we applied for a grant because we needed a new van. I guess not everybody knows this, but there is a van that is how, like, if you want a book from, like, you want to read a particular book and you live near Dutchess, so you would make the request at the Dutchess Library for this book, and it might be in Medicine Hat or 40 Mile. Let's say it's at 40 Mile. So the van makes its rounds and would collect your book from 40 Mile, and in the process of their deliveries would bring your book to Dutchess, and then you could get it from Dutchess. So they have a van that tours around our whole Shortgrass Library systems to deliver and collect, and there's also boxes that they use for children's programming, so it'll be everything that you need to do or need to have to run a particular program, like a beadwork thing, or they've made keychains with little plastic things on and stuff. But so all of that will be in that box. And these are things also that the van takes around and delivers and whatnot. We were, as COVID has gone on, everything takes so long to get delivered. We had ordered a van, we applied for a grant, and ordered a van, and they said, there's no way we're going to see the van until December. The van showed up last week, which is kind of cool. So we're still hanging tight on we don't have the grant yes or no yet, so they've agreed to hold the van until we know for sure that we have the money to pay for it that way, because the way this grant was written, you can't, like, we couldn't just buy it and then, right? So it has all a timing thing. So anyway, there's the story on the van. I just thought I would let everybody know.
FCSS, Holly.
Just real quick, microgrants are really popular. We've approved one for Canada Day for Rosemary. And Dutchess and cadets are in process. We still have about 85,000 available in microgrants. Maximum grant is 5,000, but if you know of any organizations or groups that are promoting the FCSS mandate, we'd be happy to have an application. And we've already set up our funding presentation for September for next year's funding, so it's hard to believe that the year is rolling around again. That's it.
Question? Yeah.
How much is the grant for Canada Day?
It's 1,000 for children's programming.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none. Newell Regional Tourism, we're done with that? Yeah. Okay. No, you don't need to. All right. Palliser Economic Partnership.
Just quick, because I read in the paper the city of Brooks felt that PEP hadn't done anything in the area outside of the one class or course they held for us a couple of years ago. I wanted to review a couple of things that PEP has done. There was funding given to Sprague Meets for engineering study. Bizano just got a grant of $500,000 to do a housing study. We're partnering with Cyprus for the Ag Conference. A number of us attended it last November. It's happening again, and PEP is part of it this year. We've completed strategic planning. They helped advocate for the 36-1 interchange study. Oh, sorry, am I talking too fast? I'm sorry, Cheryl. I will slow down. No, that never happens with me. Planning on hosting a 2025 local to global conference with Hub and Braid. We have another trade mission planned with secured funding for travel. Planned, oh, my notes are bad. Planned training on the region, oh boy, import and export ready. I'm sorry, my writing is really bad. And collaborating with AB Tourism for video footage of the regions, and that's been funded. So there's lots of things happening with PEP, and I think it is it's an economic advantage for us to be part of it. Got to let Cheryl, how'd I do?
Any questions? We're good. Say what, Neil?
Bit of a report for you guys, as much as has been done. We interviewed 4 potential clients: Varma, Global Green, another small group, just 5 or 6 engineers, and a company called Suez. And I emailed you all of the addresses if you wanted. You probably have as much information on those companies as anybody else does, but they've all got good home pages. Tomorrow we're doing 4 more. And these are spread between centralized, one centralized location out by where the dump is right now. And regionals are kind of becoming the flavor of the month for most of these people that are presenting. So I think we're going to meet the deadline by June 1st. Yeah, they're trying. It's all a matter of financing. Everybody's got, some of these groups will come in and do it for absolutely nothing. So you kind of got to wonder what they know that we don't. But yeah, it's coming along. So whatever I get, I will email you guys. So you'll have more by tomorrow night. Any questions you have, feel free to shout them out. And they'll be having another board meeting by, I think, the first week in June. There's one actually scheduled already, Kelly, isn't it?
May 31st.
May 31st,
So my question, just for council to hear the answer, how many people are in on these interviews? Because I, for one, am not part of it. So I would like...
There is...
So I'm going to be asked to vote on these. Again, I'm in this position. I'm going to be asked to hear your presentation and then vote based on your experience.
Well, there's 5 people on what they call the executive. They got rid of their other working group. So yeah, me and 5 other people will hear the recommendations, score them next week, bring a recommendation for 2 or 3 of the top ones to the whole board, and then a choice will be made. And this is all coming down to financing. Like we are not out of the woods yet. Ray got his fingers slapped for the presentation he put on here by the Saywall board because he was too negative. He told it exactly the way it is. Like, if this thing doesn't come across in a month or so, we're done. But I was actually really encouraged with particularly 2 of these. Like, there are these incinerator plants. They're all working in faraway places. Like Asia is full of them. Norway seems to be right up there. North America, there's 50 of them running. And the former Sewa group they hadn't even heard of most of these people that are applying now. We got tangled up with this Suez, giant multinational, we wrote them off just as soon as we finished with them last Friday. Like it's just too complicated. But there's lots of really, really good engineering right here in Alberta that we're leaning towards. So that is pretty much all I can tell you. And go ahead and check out the technologies. They're all there. I guess it isn't rocket science, but yeah, that's where it is. It's a tough little thing to get rolling here again. But all we can do is what we can do.
Lynette, please.
So just to be clear, when you guys look at all these companies, the 5 or 6 companies, you pick 1 or 2 that you think are good, and then those ones will come and present to everyone? Is that like to your entire board at that point?
I would think that's kind of what we have in mind. Like some of these are just write-offs right off the bat. There's no way they're worth going any farther. But it's really hard to pick between like this Global Green were just excellent, and Barma was just an unbelievable presentation too. So I would think it'll get narrowed down to about 3 or 4 of the top ones, which that won't be that hard to pick. But to make the choice out of the final group, I would think would have to come to our whole board, and they'd have to hear either a Zoom or be persuaded in a little more than just taking the word of the executive on the pick. And there is a lot of pressure for this transparency stuff. Like any questions, just get them to me or get them to Ray. Ray's got an email address. This thing is, it's going to take really good support from us and probably 15 other councils around the province to get this thing going. So yeah, feel comfortable asking and feel comfortable when you vote on it, or support what Kelly and I vote for. That's it.
Any questions or anything else? We'll carry on. Okay. We have to go back to requests for functions of council. Are there any? Lynette, please go ahead.
You had you had asked about somebody going to the groundbreaking at JBS. So if Neil's doing that in your place, I think that's a function of council for him then.
Ariana's email.
Okay, I would say anybody that was going.
I would agree that anybody who goes, I mean, Greg and I are coming back from Calgary that day for several other meetings as well, so I think I'd try to get there in time for that. And I think a good representation from council is fine if there's a motion to make that a function of council. Okay. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Anything else? This is not quite a function of council, but yesterday I was given a date to meet the Premier on June the 7th at 4 o'clock about CDC South. That had been shifted and was coming out of the Edmonton office to meet in Calgary on the 27th, but we're meeting on the 25th anyway. So I wasn't going to take a meeting on the 27th in Calgary when we were going to meet here as a council, but there was a cancellation, so we'll be able to meet on the 7th at 4 o'clock for a half hour, and that's specifically about CDC South. So you're away that day? I'm away. You're away? I'm a wedding. Oh, okay.
Who else is on that board?
Matt and I and Neil. Greg could go, probably he'll be around if you want to attend. Yeah. Yeah. Just for the day. I'll need GoFundMe for that too. Anyway, go.
Just at one point on the JBS thing, it is a pretty big deal. Like Wesley Batista, who's the billionaire brother, half owner of it, is actually going to be there. And for him to take the time out of his schedule to show up out here is a big deal.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the day. Is there anything else, any other functions of council?
I think 10:30, but check with Ariana.
See, yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. We'll just, that'll be okay. Let's carry on. Oh, post agenda items. Neil. I got it. You got it?
Yeah, staff are working on the request to get a summary of the solar regulation changes. We intend to have it in front of council that second meeting in June. It will compare what the changes were, what RMA had asked for, what they support, and if there's any gaps, then we'll leave that to council to identify whether you want to write a letter of opposition for some of the things that changed.
Okay, we're good?
And that lines up then with our meeting June 25th with the Premier, timing-wise. So, yeah, that'll work, timing.
And I promise I'll shut my mouth around her out at JBS.
Is this meeting recorded? It is, isn't it?
We'll take a YouTube snip for you, Kelly.
Okay. Is there anything else? I think we're ready to adjourn, aren't we? Oh, Greg, I'm sorry. That's correct. Yes, I'm sorry. Greg, you've got a motion for us.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that administration provides written notice to terminate the corporate safety services agreement with the city of Brooks.
Okay. Any discussion on that? All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. I think with that, I can entertain a motion to adjourn. Holly, all in favor of adjourning the meeting? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. I was talking to Heather yesterday because when I saw this thing come